मेंटेनेंस में मिल गया कनेक्शन और लाइव भी कर दूँ स्ट्रीमिंग लाइन कर
स्विमिंग स्टार्ट है आप प्रेम में हो थैंक यू स्टार्ट कर दिया गुड मॉर्निंग बने
जो भी बोलेगा वो इसमें
ये है आपके पास प्रेजेंटर माउस है वो भाई प्रेजेंटर माउस है नहीं है वीडियो करना था वो ये है Hello.
Clear action, clear deal. My clear choice, clear wall, clear readiness samajhdari.
वीडियो है मैं आपको भेजता हूँ।
परफेक्ट है ना कितना वागे स्टार्ट करोगे
बस हम 5 लोग चले
पहले केवी रीते स्टार्ट એટલે how you start from like
starting incubator to arts results.
हाँ done I think that's clear we are on the right track done
But I'll check if everything is
कमिश्नर को जिम्मेदार माना है इस घटना के लिए। गिरफ्तार हुए आरोपी वकील वहाँ का कोई वकील नहीं है।
only visible in bad times.
and Restaurant Association, Western India. Thank you all for being here today to enrich our industry with your presence and enterprise. Let us begin by standing for our national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधितरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. Moving ahead, let us go through a fire safety instructions by Mr. Lalit Kumar, Front Office Manager. Understanding and adhering to fire safety protocols is essential for the well-being of all individuals within any premises. Mr. Lalit.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for, and on behalf of the entire TGV team, it's a pleasure to greet you. I sincerely hope you'll stay with us and enjoyable and comfortable. My name is Lalit Kumar and I am the member of TGV team. We prioritize your safety above all else, and while we hope that emergencies never occur, we want you to ensure you are well prepared in case they do. In the event of a fire, there are two fire exits available. One from the left side of our staircases is there. It goes to directly assembly area, and the second is in front of the just front of side where the service area is just there for guests. And we have fire alarm installed throughout the hotel. Additionally, firefighting supplies including fire extinguishers are there readily available to each floor and keys area of the hotel. Our staff is trained to use those tools and to guide your safety is needed. Your safety and well-being are our top priorities. We are committed to maintaining secure and environment for all our guests. Thank you for your attention. We wish you a pleasant and safe stay at our hotel. Please enjoy. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Lalit Kumar, for the life and safety instructions. Now, may I request Mr. Pradeep Shetty, our President, FHRAI and HRAWI, for the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Lalit Kumar Chaudhary, Director, Gujarat State Fire Services, Gandhinagar. Our Gujarat Hotel and Restaurant Association President, Narendra Bhai Somani. Mr. Tulsi Bhai Tekwani, Chairman, Gujarat Hotel Association. Our distinguished speakers for today, Dr. Pashupati, Mr. Hemant Khadse, CEO East Corporation, Ms. Sukanya Pondugala, Assistant Director, Technical Food Safety Standards Authority of India, and Mr. Arun Kumar, Managing Director, NU India. All my past presidents of the Hotel and Restaurant Association of Western India and FHRA are respected executive committee members and all industry colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Empowering Hospitality Conclave here at Ahmedabad. I am really fortunate to be amongst all the esteemed industry colleagues, thought leaders and distinguished guests as we embark on this journey of empowering hospitality. This is as part of the series of events that the association has been taking across our region as part of our promise of offering safe and honorable tourism. And as an industry, we all have a pledge to ensure that our offerings are safe and in line with the mission that we've all adopted of offering the most safest experience to our guests, and as also to exhibit to the government that this industry is organized and operates itself in the most safest environment. This event is more about knowledge sharing, is a testament to our commitment to advancing the standards of our industry, ensuring that we provide the highest level of safety and quality to our guests. Our industry is today at a cusp where we are looking at phenomenal growth. We've seen some extraordinary events happen after the pandemic where domestic travel has been on a high, and the government has started taking tourism very seriously. We have a mission at hand, adopting the goals of the Honorable Prime Minister of reaching the 2047 goal is what we are saying, of inviting 100 million foreign tourists and a 3 trillion tourism economy that we are looking at. And if we have to keep up to that, we have to ensure that while growth takes place, we have to ensure that we operate within safe measures and all necessary safeguards with respect to food safety as also fire safety are taken care of. I'm confident today's discussions will pave the way for new ideas, strategies and collaborations. I request all of you to come forward and ask questions during the session. These sessions are aimed at imparting new ideas, new information and knowledge to all of you. I thank you for being present here and for making this event a great success. And before I part, I would like to remind each one of you of FHRAI's National Convention, which is an annual event which happens. This year it is happening at Goa. Again, this event is based on the vision of the government of the Honorable Prime Minister of tourism at 2047. I would take just 2 minutes of your time to quickly show you a small video on this event. Thank you. Incredible to inevitable India, tourism at 2047. I request all of you to participate in this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shetty, for a warm and wonderful welcome address. May I request Mr. Narendra Somani, Chairman and the Managing Director of the Grand Bhagwati, to felicitate Mr. Pradeep Shetty, President FHRAI and HRAWI. Thank you, Mr. Zumani. Thank you, Mr. Shetty. I would like to extend a warm welcome, and we are privileged to have with us today a distinguished individuals. Our chief guest, Mr. Nalin Kumar Chaudhary, Director, Gujarat State Fire Provision Services, Gandhinagar, and Ms. Sukanya Portugal, Assistant Director, Technical, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Also, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our eminent speakers for this conclave today, Mr. Hemant Karse, CEO, East Cork Group, Mumbai, Dr. V. Pashupati, Food Safety Expert and Founder, Parikshan FSS Private Limited, and Mr. M. Arun Kumar, Managing Director, NVU India. It is my pleasure to introduce our first chief guest, Mr. Nalin Kumar Chaudhary, Director, Gujarat State Fire Preservation Services, Gandhinagar. May I request Mr. Chaudhary to kindly come on the dais to address the gathering, please. Thank you.
Can you show the presentation?
So, good morning. So, first of all, it is not a preservation, it is a Gujarat State Fire Prevention Services. It's okay. Fire safety in the star hotels, or we can say fire safety in the hotels, restaurant business, which is most important nowadays. I will not go in very deep because Mr. Hemant Karse will take a full presentation on the fire safety. But it is my prime duty to inform you people about the sensitivity and the importance of the hotel industries and restaurant in terms of the fire safety. So we'll go through with some critical fire safety aspect in requirement in the hotel and restaurant industries. So first we will start with the topics. We'll cover the overview of hazard and fire safety approval process for the hotel buildings, importance of verification, certification and renewal by the fire department, stages of fire safety review. We'll start with few case studies. This is Cartron Tower fire, Bengaluru. 23rd February 2010, a major fire broke out and the 4th floor due to electrical short circuit. This tower and office building with a hotel, total 9 deaths and 60 injuries. So these are few learnings from that incident. Ensure proper maintenance and the functioning of fire alarms, smoke detectors, sprinkler system, evacuation procedure, regularly conduct the fire drill to familiarize occupant with emergency evacuation, route and procedure, electrical safety, then trainings. Second is downtown hotel fire, Dubai, December 31st. Hello. How many are the architect and MEP consultant available here? Is there MEP consultant here or architect? So all are from the hotel industries basically. So in this fire, December 31st, 2015, fire started on the 20th floor due to a short circuit in the external lighting. Location downtown, a 63-story luxury hotel. Casualty no, fatality but 14 injury. Key learnings are the building material, use fire resistant material for external cladding to prevent rapid fire spread. Evacuation strategy, effective and well practiced evacuation plan can significantly reduce the casualties. Emergency response, quick response by the firefighting unit is crucial in controlling high-rise fire. Then public communication. These are the few key learnings from this incident. Then MGM Grand Hotel fire, Las Vegas. 21st November 1980, a fire broke out in a restaurant on ground floor due to an electrical fault. Location MGM Grand Hotel and Casino. Casualty 85 deaths and over 700 injuries. Key learnings: the absence of sprinkler in the restaurant and the casino area contributed to the rapid spread of fire. Sprinkler system should be mandatory in all areas of a hotel. That is the recommendation. Then smoke control. Effective smoke control system are necessary to prevent the spread of toxic smoke through ventilation system. Fire exits clearly marked and accessible. Fire exits are critical for safe evacuation. Fire drills, regular fire drills and training for both staff and guests are essential for preparedness. Actually now days are came, just we visited in the flights, we travel by the flights. You know that whenever we travel in the flights, the air hostess explain about the safety and all the requirements of the flights. आपको मालूम है कि वो आके आपको सब कुछ signals and वो सब. तो now days came कि होटल इंडस्ट्रीज में भी गेट्स जब आते हैं तो एटलीस्ट उनको 2 मिनट 5 मिनट का हमें ओरिएंटेशन या इंट्रोडक्शन वी हैव टू प्रोवाइड टू देम, सो दे कैन अवेयर अबाउट द evacuation plan of the particular hotels, then what are the safety and fire protection systems are available in the hotels, so their confidence will be built up and also they can feel safe in the hotel stay. So you should start with some practices in the hotel nowadays required. This is a Meridian Oriental Hotel fire, London fire. So if you can see, lots of fire happened in the past. In fire safety concern in the hotel, one is the high occupancy, large number of guests unfamiliar with the building layout. That we, as I earlier talked, that we have to give us some orientation when they come at the reception. Our reception boys and girls has to communicate with the guests that this is the evacuation reception for this hotel. Our reception boys and girls, these are the fire protection systems are installed. Then also we have the guests that this is the evacuation reception for this hotel. Reception boys and girls, these are the fire protection systems are installed. And also we have guests that this is the evacuation reception for this hotel. Reception boys and girls, these are the fire protection systems are installed. And also we have guests that this is the evacuation reception for this hotel. Then variety of functions will be added. The hotels room I used to be a guest that this is the fault. The hotels room I used to be a guest that this is the fault. Common hazard is the hotels room. Fire hazard and risk in the hotel. Risk: rapid fire spread due to the combustible materials, smoke inhalation and panic during evacuation. Property damage and business interruptions. Hazards in the kitchen and cooking equipment, deep fat fryers, fault electrical appliances, combustible material left too close to the sources of the ignition. Hazard, PNG gas, kitchen and cooking equipment, deep fat fryers. In some hotel we are using electrical cylinders also. Combustible material left, that is the also most hazard. Too close to the sources of the ignition. Hazard, PNG gas, kitchen and cooking equipment, deep fat fryers. In some hotel we are using cyanides, hydrochloric acids, sulfuric acids, heats. These all are the carbons and soot, reduce visibility and chocks and may result in the casualties. These are the common fire safety issues in the hotel during the design: not compliance with the fire safety boards and standard, insufficient fire safety measures in building design, over/under design of the firefighting system. After the post occupancies, there are issues like as unauthorized modification, compromising fire safety, neglected maintenance of the fire prevention equipments, insufficient number of fire emergency exercises, insufficient emergency lighting and signages, lack of ongoing training and preparedness of occupants, delay in renewing the fire safety certificates. So these are the common issues we observe in the hotels that we should rectify so fire will not, maybe we can minimize the fire incident in the hotels. The reason for fire safety approval and plan reviews. So for the community safety, property conservation, responder safety, code compliance, these all are the reasons for that we require the fire safety approvals, plan reviews on time to time. The component of effective fire prevention protection. So education, code of enforcement, engineering, those all are the components which are the effective required for the prevention and the protection for the hotel industries. So basically design, permitting and construction processes. Whenever we start the new construction of the hotels, we have to go with the design process, then permitting processes and construction process. And then there is the building use permission. And after the building use permission, we have to start the, we are planning to start the business actually. Then these two are the system passive and active systems. Then these two are the system passive and active systems. Then these two are the system passive and active systems. Then these two are the system passive and active systems. Then
you have to first take the fire safety plan approval from the state side. So whenever you apply for the fire safety plan approval in this our Gujarat fire safety compliance, you have to first take the fire safety plan approval from the state side. Whenever you apply for the fire safety plan approval, it will check Gujarat fire safety compliance. Be ready for the provide fire safety for the fire safety plan. It will check the plan. Be ready for the provide fire safety for the fire safety plan. It will check the plan. Be ready for the provide fire safety for the fire safety plan. It will check the plan. Be ready for the provide fire safety for the fire safety plan. It will check the plan. Be ready for the
certificate renewal. So when you apply for the plan approval, after getting the plan approval, you will start the construction. After completion of the construction, you have to take the fire safety certificate approval. After the fire safety certificate approval, then the validity is the 3 year. Every year you have to submit the self declaration, and after completion of the 3 year, you need a fire safety certificate renewal. So renewal after that, the validity of renewal is a 2 year. So in renewal, in the similar pattern of the certificate approval, you have to visit our portal, select the fire safety officers, appoint the fire safety officers. They will inspect your building. They will fill the formats, checklist. Also take the photographs, real-time photographs, and upload in the photographs. And after you will get the renewal certificate. That you should follow. Our advice is to ensure the continuous compliance with the fire safety regulation, conduct the regular fire safety training for the staff and occupants. Third advice is maintain and update the fire safety equipments and systems, keep record of all fire safety activities and maintenance, timely renew the fire safety permission. These all 5 advice or our government expectation from the developer and owners. So these are the few references in which BIS codes are available for the hotel industries, like as National Building Code, Part 4 Fire and Life Safety, then IS 13716 1993, Code of Practice for Fire Safety in Hotel, IS 1644 2013, Fire Safety of Buildings, Exit Requirement and Personal Hazard Code of Practice. So IS 2189, there is a this code is for the automatic detection alarm system, then extinguishers, hydrants, and many more codes are available as a ready reference. The thing is that we are not referring the codes. When we referring the codes, we are not going in depth of the code. So ultimately we are not designing the foolproof systems in our hotels. So this is actually voice is not This is 2-minute video in which we explain our new introduced fire safety certificate online portal procedures.
Just imagine
how we can get
all your work
zoom in.
Or you have a computer or mobile phone and the vital documents are available right there.
Under the guidance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and with Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel's leadership, as we sow the seeds of digital governance, Gujarat adds one more feather to its hat while easing citizens' lives by introducing Fire Safety Cup, a new step towards a digitized world. Whether it is hospital, school, office or place of residence, mall or multiplex, the one question that first strikes our mind is whether or not the property has followed all the fire safety norms. This process has become easier through the Gujarat Fire Safety Corp website and mobile application. So if you want to get a new fire safety certificate or you want to renew a certificate for an existing building, it is available at a click of a button. After you have logged in through the website or mobile application, you have to simply select your requirements from the available drop-down menu. As per 9 different steps, you have to fill in your vital information and submit all the related documents too. Then fill up the fees online and submit your application. The best part is that you can use real-time tracking of your submitted application online. So once the application is approved, you will also receive your certificate online. There are thousands of buildings that require renewal of their fire certificates, and their details are available on the portal. Owing to this, you can save time and money on your application process. This will also generate more job opportunities. Wondering why? Well, in this entire process, educated and government-enrolled fire safety officers will play a key role. These officers will play a key role in protecting against fire, maintaining buildings as fire safety equipment by ensuring there's integrity and transparency, and to help get approvals easily. All of this will be a boon for the citizens. Come and join hands to make Gujarat safe from fire hazards. Fire Safety Corp, a new step towards a digitized world.
So, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any question? We'll take 1 or 2 questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chaudhary, for the detailed presentation, and firstly accept my apology for the wrong pronunciation. May I now request Mr. Kamlesh Barot, our past president HRAWI, to come on the stage to felicitate Mr. Chaudhary, and may I now request Mr. Pradeep Shetty as well to join Mr. Barot to present the felicitation. Yeah. May I now request Mr. Amit Dongre, Assistant Director, Gujarat State Fire Prevention Services, Gandhinagar, to come on the stage.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Mr. Hemant Khadse, CEO, East Court Group, Mumbai, who will be addressing participants on the fire safety for hospitality industry.
4 बच्चों समेत 28 लोगों की जान गई।
So, thank you so much HRAWI for inviting me and conducting this conclave, which is specifically focused on hotel industry, which is very, very crucial, and that too covering the critical component of the conclave is talking about fire and life safety, specifically for your industry. So, good morning, welcome. This is probably the 4th series conference that I am attached with HRAWI. So I really appreciate the national leaders, Pradeep ji, all the senior extinguished executive committee members of HRAWI, the Mumbai and the local chapters here, the distinguished members of HRAWI. When we started in Mumbai, probably July, if I am not wrong, July, we had that apart from the conventional topics that HRAWI covers to provide value add to the members, it is also critical and a responsibility of an association to educate, empower them in terms of fire life safety. It is a human tendency of specifically Indians that if any event happens like what we have seen just now, next 2 months will be highly charged up. We'll look at here and there, we'll look at all the compliances, we'll check what others are doing, what I am doing. But after 2 months, business becomes as usual. We are back on square and we are waiting for next event to happen. And it's not a blame to or as such, but this is what the psychology. That's the reason this safety awareness has journey. It doesn't have a destination. It is not something that you do it for some time and then you forget. So I really appreciate the initiative that HRAW has taken, and we are talking about here safety component. So if you look at fire life safety, and we have seen the video just now, things were very, very casually taken. The welding works that was happening, there is a system called work permit. We call in our sophisticated language that any event, any activity that should happen in a working environment, and specifically a hot work, it needs a hot work permit. What does it mean? It means there is a discipline. It means it is a systematic action. It means it is a supervised action. So people know what they are doing and why they are doing. And if at all something goes wrong, is it something that preparedness you have? It was a simple case, but look at the tragedy that had triggered with this small error that person have done. Not become a catastrophic witness. So if you look at the whole economics here, it looks little jargon for some of you that last 20 years my hotel never had a fire. But does it mean that tomorrow it will not happen? It is not going to knock your door and then come say that tomorrow morning 9 o'clock I will come your premises. So be ready in the laundry, be ready in the kitchen with the extinguishers. No, this is not. You will not get a chance. So it's all about strategy. How are we prepared? I know last 20 years never had happened. But if at all it happens tomorrow or today, what is it that are you going to do? And this is all about strategy. First is prime responsibility of hotel owners is how is my egress, evacuation. Very, very crucial. Look at not only just these incidents but many other incidences. Fire may not be the human casualty, the egress, the evacuation. People are not able to evacuate on time and that's the reason they get trapped and human die because of that. So how effectively your evacuation is going to be? What's your smoke management? How people are moving out without getting that smoke inhalation in the facility? Is the smoke getting naturally ventilated through the window openings, or you have a mechanical ventilation systems to take that smoke out so that people will not be able to have any difficulty, because the smoke is going to be the major cause of death, and how we are going to protecting that. What is my overall fire life safety plan? Whether my travel distances are adequate, whether my number of exits are there, whether my exits are blocked. What is my plan in place? The life safety system is for every building is their fire alarm system, which what you see on the ceiling is smoke detectors. Now, the major problem with the fire alarm industry is that 70% of the buildings will have a faulty fire alarm system or non-maintained fire alarm system, because we never pay attention. It does the job of giving an alert to the security control room or maybe in the reception in the hotel room. That's about it. We don't pay attention if there is a smoke or if there is an alert that comes to the building, because it is not part of our SOP. It is not part of our training and awareness program. But this is the system which is going to save your life. Imagine if there is a fire right now on the third floor, an ambience hall. I'm just not giving a panic or creating a panic here, but a situation, if at all happens, these are the sensors which are going to see it before we see it from your naked eyes. These are the sensors which are going to trigger your sounders or stroke, which is going to give an alert that yes, be ready for the evacuation. And that's how people start evacuating it. If they are not able to pay attention, or if the smoke sensors are not effective enough to give an alert to the fire alarm warnings, we don't know what's happening in adjoining area or this area. Yeah. So fire alarm system is a very, very crucial for every building, and we have to really see that it is maintained as such. So if you look at it, the life safety component, when you look at the evaluation, it has got a very, very detailed purpose. Right from your concept till commissioning, right from your operation and maintenance to the completion of the life cycle of the system gets over. Till that point, your life safety gets involved. How we are going to evaluate at every stage, right from your drawing stage to construction stage to implementation stage. And also it gives you a kind of an communication internally that people are informed in emergencies. Right now, maybe you see that emergency contact numbers we display. Many people must have noticed that there are some nice numbers been pasted in the next to security control room, that these are my emergency control room, 101, fire, hospital. But if you look at it, there was one incident that I still remember in one of the industry, not in a hotel, but I wanted to give that example here to impress upon how that emergency number can also play a vital role. And exactly the emergency control room has got a number of 101 as fire, and fire happened in that industry in Taloja. The guy, security guard, probably tried that, okay, let me try this number 101. He tried after 5-7 minutes. The 101 guy went to the central control room. They said, no, where are you located? I am located in Taloja. Okay, call up Vashi, probably that will be better. He call up Vashi. Vashi guy says, no, I think you are in MIDC. No, so better you call MIDC fire station. This is the number you try. He lost 4.5 minutes in talking to the Taloja guy. By that time, fire propelled to advanced level. Extinguisher didn't work because it was beyond extinguisher level. Extinguisher was only at the first 5 minutes level. By that time, Taloja Fire Brigade came in, it was 11.5 minutes, and they had no clue what is burning inside. There was no signals for a fire officer to know whether I have to use water extinguisher, DCP extinguisher, foam extinguisher, or anything. Unless until they know what chemical inside is burning, they will not take the action. Another 4 minutes loss. So, tragedy had happened to the level where they had to fight the fire for 8 hours using 4 tenders, and then things have become normal. So look at the irony of it. The major point that I want to reinforce about it, had that Taloja number been displayed, had that SOP in place that, okay, in case of emergency, this is the first number you have to dial, who is going to dial, when is going to dial, it's already clearly defined in the organization, you would have lost, you would have saved that 5 minutes, which is the most critical for that industry to burn, to save the property loss. So this is what the simple example of significance of emergency numbers. But we never pay attention for that kind of a scenario till that event happens. So likewise, there are many incidences where you need to see that how are we complied. Now as far as compliance is concerned, I'm sure Nalin Bhai has already given a lot of procedural illustrations how the compliance can happen. But yes, let us understand that India, being in India, we have very complex systems to follow. And I was talking to sir before starting the event, and he said, you know, it's not so easy. Compliance is the major pain. Implementation is the major pain. Correct, sir? We have a lot of codes and compliances in place. Theory is very good. You have local bylaws, you have state bylaws, you have national building code, you have in Bureau of Indian Standard codes and compliances, 150 codes available. Now, as a responsible owner of any hotel here sitting in this room, you will have a question that what I'm doing, what I'm supposed to do, what code I have to follow. Are people misguiding me, misleading me, or taking undue advantage just because there is something happening outside and I'm getting victim of it? But as a responsible hotel owner, your first prime responsibility is to protect your life safety of a guest, your staff, your visitors entering into the hotel premises or restaurant premises, isn't it? So for that, whatever is critical, you have to see that it is getting achieved, whether it is written in the code, whether it is better than the course standard, or maybe less than even the NOC that you got. Because if you look at the CFO NOC, and most of the people in this room will have an NOC, which is the no objection certificate from a fire officer, will have probably 1 page or maximum 2 pages, isn't it? Now, there are many people who will believe that this is my end. I don't need to go beyond this 2 pages requirement, isn't it? Because I am statutory compliant, why do I need it? Now, this doesn't mean that your life safety is going to be only ending to the compliance of 2 page. And that 2 page, if you look at it, most of the component is all copy paste. It doesn't have any kind of a specific requirement written in it. So, question remains to you whether I am abiding to the 2-page NOCs or I should go beyond. What is my risk level? This is what the strategy that comes into play. When you involve a lot of architects, consultants to build your hotel, I'm talking about new hotel in construction, you will have a lot of people, professionals on board. Now every people listed in this ecosystems have specific role in terms of fire life safety. Right from interior decorator, who's going to use your carpet, who's going to use curtains, who's going to use your materials for the sofas and chairs and beds and linens. Are these material complies to the interior finishes requirement given the course standard? Are those flame retardant or not? We never ask this question. Because these are the combustible material which is entering into the premises, and this is what is going to burn because it is combustible in nature. So what is written in the code? What is my best practice? What is my responsibility to use the right type of material is something that going to come from interior decorator. So if you look at the ecosystem, it's not just like you appoint a architect or you appoint a contractor and that is his job. No. Every ecosystem holder have got a specific job to do. It is not people, gone are the days that people will have a conventional way that, okay, you have an architect, you have a MEP consultant, you have a contractor, and at the end of the contract, you just sign an AMC, extinguishers are maintained, and that's about it. I'll tell you a basic example. I'm sure you will have an AMC for your extinguishers. I'm sure people are happy in having an AMC contractor who's going to refill your extinguishers every year and giving that paper track next refill date is October 2025. You'll be happy. But if you ask that question to the AMC guy or ask that question to the security head of your facility, what is the manufacturing date of our extinguisher, he'll not have an answer. Because it is never written in the extinguisher, most of the time. It is supposed to be by the codes and standard. Because 10 years is a lifetime for an extinguisher. How many people know? How many people inside the room know that there is a requirement of a hydro pressure test of every extinguisher to do that every 3 years for a DCP extinguisher and every 5 years for a CO2 extinguishers? Are we doing that? Is the cylinder enough? Is healthy? Like what we do pathology test every year as a prevention practice is supposed to be done similar way for every systems. So gone are the days that you should be happy saying that I have an AMC in place, I have a person who's going to have hundreds of contracts of AMC, so I have selected a reputed AMC contractor. Doesn't mean that your responsibility is over, sir. Your responsibility is still there, your skin is still in the game, that whatever he is doing is correct or not, and that's what your job as a responsible owner of it. So if you look at it, hotel has got many inherent challenges. Bigger the high rise will have bigger the challenges. Having the basement will have another challenge. Exit is the biggest obstacle that you see in the hotel buildings because those are never been used. Elevators are mostly commonly used, and that's what Kamala Mills fire had happened in 2016. They never considered exit, a staircase as means of escape. Only the elevator was the common way of coming up and going down by every guest. And imagine what had happened in that night. They wanted to use an exit staircase and they were blocked, not accessible. Things have gone to loss of 16 people. So exit is something that you need to see. Your system's maintenance is very, very crucial. I know there are a lot of back offices, front offices, kitchens, laundries. You have a lot of areas where you have to manage your business, I know. But at the same time, not at the cost of lifestyle. I was in Bangalore hotel, a 5-star hotel brand, I will not name here. I was called for conducting an audit just after 2 days of near miss in the laundry. The towels which came from spa which had some oil containments, and it was kept in the dryer which was very hot. Due to negligence, the towel got fire. People were less to monitor that inside the laundry at the time of triggering the fire. It just started burning, and fortunately the guy who was passing by could sense that there is something spill. He could use the extinguishers, fight the fire, but had that response didn't reach to that particular fire location for next 3 minutes, fire would have propagated because it was investment in the laundry. The laundry didn't have fire door. The laundry didn't have sprinklers. This is live example I'm talking about in Bangalore. So you have to see that your business is important, at the same time your safety is also important, that if at all something goes wrong, because this is your normal practice to have hot towels because you have spa. but then there is a way to segregate it. There is a way to keep it contained way. There is a way that if at all laundry gets fire, how do you contain your fire, heat, smoke inside the laundry itself, which will not go next to the another office area or maybe some of the kitchen area and such. So what is that fire barrier? What is that fire door? What is that smoke ventilation? So these are something that you need to see that it is maintained. So what are the risks that hotel has got? First is, of course, I mentioned about egress, compromised fire ports. People have a sprinkler system, but they are not charged. They are closed by butterfly walls because of the leakage in the piping. And nobody knows that sprinkler doesn't have water. And this is what irony of many hotels that are talking about it. And that too, when you have a life cycle of more than 5 to 10 years, this will happen. You will have some piping leakages, but leakages doesn't mean that you stop the wall. Leakages mean that you need to rectify the leakages and then see that the pressure system is pressurized back to normal, isn't it? Incorrect signages, fire exit. Look at every building and every assembly area. If at all something goes wrong, they should be able to see that fire exit very clearly. What is my escape route? What is my door movement? What is my staircase size? Is the handle also is with a wooden combustible material, or it is with a handle of metal? Is the staircase ventilated with naturally cutouts or openings or windows, or it is have a pressurization inside these staircases? Do I stop people to use elevators in fire? Does that sign indicates very clearly, prominently? Does my assembly area located so that people can come to the assembly area in case fire happens and we need to do head count? So these are various inherent challenges of the hotel building, and we need to see that it is really investigated and taken care of it. Just to give you some little understanding technically for most of the people here, I use the term called egress. So for some of you maybe this term is new, but egress is nothing but an emergency evacuation. It could be fire, non-fire both. Now when you start the process of evacuation, the first step is basically to look at your exit or exit access. That means from here, suppose we are in the 3rd floor of ambience hall. Now if right now fire happens in this room itself, I start evacuating it. From here to the nearby exit is the exit access. That's the first step. So you should be able to locate the fire exit very clearly, not looking at here and there or taking extra efforts. Second step is look at the fire exit, which is directing to the exit staircases. That's the second step of egress. You should be able to get into the staircase, which is supposed to be a safe, enclosed, either pressurized or naturally ventilated, so that the smoke in the ambience hall not get into the staircases. And then third stage, which is last stage for egress, is that exit discharge. That means I come on the ground floor, I push the door of exit staircase and get into the outside block and reach to the assembly area and report there for head count. So this is 3 simple steps: exit access, fire exit, exit discharge. At many places you see exit discharge is not safe. It is again getting into some area. I have seen one hotel, I think it was Rajkot only, 12 years back I visited. Their exit discharge on the ground floor was getting into the kitchen, and he was trying to again convincing me that I cannot do any structural changes, now you have to approve it. So how do you do it? I mean, if it is a structural flaw, it's a structural flaw. But then there is no way that you expect people or guests to use the fire staircases, come on the ground floor, get into kitchen and then get out of the building. So this is what, significance of exit or access of it. So code does talk about what is the width of the staircases, what is the width of corridor should be. So I will not get into it, but I just want to give you that it is regulated by codes standard. Even it is to be checked whether people inside are of what human sentiment. Are you taking care of physically handicapped people also? So there are, I'm sure many hotels do that, PH rooms, PH toilets. Then PH toilet should have a strobe inside. PH room should have a duress alarm so that they can use that emergency better. Because you will have some physical disabled people also. You will have some children, you will have some pregnant ladies. So there are a lot of human sentiment involved. And again, audible cues. Why? Because even if you have a sounder, you don't expect people to respond and start evacuation. They will still wait. Okay, it's sounding, is it okay? Let me look at others, what they are doing. So it's a human psychology not to respond unless it has been told that there is an emergency, start evacuation. So that's what the significance of the PA system comes in play. The public address should have a mechanism that either manually or automatically people should get audibly announced that people should start evacuation. And it was a world tower, twin tower case study that 45% people didn't respond to the fire emergencies warnings till they hear or people started shouting to evacuating them. So they responded to the human emergencies, human alarms only, not the mechanical alarms. That is how it is. So you need to be geared about it. There is different profile, gender preference, male, female, kids, old age people. So how do you take care of those? I mean, this is what I am talking about beyond codes and standard. So this is what the egress is all about. When the smoke starts, before it's getting to the flame, the natural phenomena of smoke is that when the smoke rises, it goes to the top, it hits to the ceiling and then start percolating down. So this is how the phenomena for any smoke property. Now what is the danger to smoke for human being? As long as it is not hitting to my 1.8 meter breathability level, that means breathing level, I am safe. Because let it smoke here, even if it is there, I am okay. But the moment the smoke gets settled down or accumulating less than 1.8 meter height, then that is an alarm for you that people should not be seen there, people should not be present inside the area. So that is how the RSET and ASSET, available safe egress time, required safe egress time comes in play, and this is a emulation. I am glad Gujarat Directorate is doing CMT simulation, and this is how the simulation is going to help you to understand specifically in the areas like basement, where you have a lot of staffs, you have a lot of people, you have sometimes car parking area, how the smoke is going to be moving, whether it is ventilated, compartmented. So this is how the NBC regulation talks about how to mitigate the risk of smoke. And it is very clear chart. If you have a staircase of this height, then you can have a natural ventilation. If you have a staircase more than 60 meters, then mechanical ventilation is permitted or recommended. So this is what the regulation talks about it. Regulation also talks about passive fire protection like fire doors, compartmentation, the fire sealant in the shaft, because the vertical smoke should not get spread from either facade or shaft. So it has to be fire sealed, and that's what the term called passive fire comes in play. Your fire rated structures, your ceiling, your walls, your windows are again going to be important role to play. Your emergency lighting and escape route lighting, how people are going to navigate to the fire exits, even if there is a main switch off, completely power shut down, whether I have a battery operated escape route lighting so that I can get direct to the fire exits. That is what the escape route lighting is all about. So I am not trying to give you a lot of bombarding with a lot of requirement, but I want to tell you the facts that when fire comes in discussion, it is not me or you decide what should be in. It is the code requirement that decides what to be in. And we need to adhere to it, we need to respect the board's standards. So now people have started doing audits, independent audits, fire life safety audits. Again, it is not from compliance, it is more to do with safety. So that is again a trend that I can see, which is going to validate your design installation, which is going to understand your risk and hazards in the building, which is also looking at the compliance, where you stand, looking at the mitigation plan based on the accident history or accident probability, and looking at the preventive maintenance practices, how you are going to maintain your systems, pumps, hydrants, fire alarm, extinguishers, your passive fires. This is how the audit is helping a lot of hotel owners, and it is really important that you should also invest in independent audits by third-party professionals, not from the contractors who is maintaining the system, because then he will not give you independent advice to you to upgrade your systems or understand the gaps. So So always choose the people from outside who is going to be independent, who is going to look at your right from planning stage to execution stage, commissioning stage, and that's how the life safety can be built into the premises. So what essentially the life safety audit that gets covered, active, passive, of course that gets covered, but then egress, your emergency management, your refuge access, your electrical installations, your smoke management, your glass facade. So there are almost 40 plus major attributes which is there in the codes and standard, can be validated on ground, and that is how the intent of fire life safety audit is all about. So my last word to the hospital owners here: take ownership of life safety. It is you who are the owner, and it is you who are the owner of the safety that you have. It is not the AMC contractor, and you cannot outsource that safety to the AMC contractor. It is your responsibility, and legally you are liable for the risk. If there is anything event happens, you are the person who is going to be questioned, not the AMC contractor or consultant. So take ownership, maintain the systems. Although you have systems, it is important that you should always invest in maintaining it. Keep it live, keep it operational, keep it functional. Have the training practices regularly. Doing the audits even, maybe not every year, but once in 2 years or 3 years. It makes sense. It makes more preparatory or preventive practices. Be compliant. Do not shortcut. Do not do any shortcuts. Be aware about the compliance requirement and regulations so that you follow. You don't have to get any question at the same time. And I know the most myth that we carry that last 20 years, my hotel was safe, but never ever carry that myth. Prepare for the worst. Hope for the best. But if at all something goes wrong, are you prepared? Then ask this question to your organization. If at all something goes wrong, are you ready? What are you going to do about it? These questions will make them aware, and that is how the awareness and the structure, the culture is going to be built in our organization. So let's make Surakshit Bharat, everyone can contribute in making the country safe, and so as hospitality, I'm really glad that I'm part of your journey in making this Surakshit Bharat. Thank you so much for the opportunity again from the bottom of the heart. Any questions, I'll be more than to take in case the time permits. Yes.
Yeah. So you mentioned something about the basement laundry to have an exit. Now, as per MBC, you're supposed to have one exit, or depending on the size of the basement, it could be 2 exits, right? It's on the code already mentions. Now, practically speaking, all the old hotels would have one basement, one access. How do you really consider it safe to create? Because it's not possible structurally to create an exit on a basement, old hotels. So, how do you prevent the spread of fire is the question more than to actually create an exit.
Good question. So, he's talking about basement. And at the same time, he's talking about existing basement, where I don't know whether it's one basement or multiple basements, because you'll have more than one basement also. So if it is one basement, ramp also can be considered as a means of egress, not only just staircase, number one. Number two, there are certain conditions to use basement as a basement. Most of the cases we excessively use basement in storages, in people, staff, canteen. At times I have seen one kitchen getting installed inside the basement with the LPG. No, I know that's not, but there are instances. I'm talking about existing instances. Because he said last 3 years मेरा चल रहा है, safe है, कोई problem नहीं है. तो अभी what process we can have? So to address your question is understand the risk. If it is only constant with one staircase, is there any way that you can create a ramp? Number one. Is it my basement is naturally ventilated so that the smoke naturally can go out? Is there any way? And there are ways that you can do, creating a shaft, creating a cutout openings where you can. So create as much as openings so that even if that something goes wrong in the basement, where the smoke is the biggest challenge in the basement, that should get mitigated. If at all you still are not unsure about it, do the CFD simulation. That's what your Gujarat Life Safety is talking about, which is going to enhance your strategy very well so that even if worst scenario something goes wrong, you know how it's going to behave. How many people are inside are occupant. So these are the many parameters that we need to work on. Smoke ventilation, egress, that is access through ramp or staircases, cutouts opening, do the egress very clearly, fire exits, signage very clearly, prominently, so that people can reach the fire exits very clearly and quickly, and emergency lights, so that in case there is a power off, you still have some escape route lighting. So these are all mitigation plans that we can have.
Sir, Paramjit Gray from Hotel Samrat, Mumbai. This is a question, this is not only for hotel industry, but for other businesses, residences, and universally applicable thingy. Recently the heat wave is on, and we have seen that outdoor split units suddenly are catching fire because of the heat, and maybe the outdoor units are very old and they're short circuiting. So how can we avoid, because most of our industries, small hotels, budget hotels, having split units, and this kind of fires are now being reported a lot. Thank you.
Very good question. In fact, there are a lot of incidences happened in our country, and that was triggering point was HVAC. Fire incidences, even non-fire incidences. And I've seen one video in South Bombay where Kalyan Jewellers, I guess, they were trying to refill the they were trying to refill the gas inside the compressor, and it got triggered and 10 people injured. So good question. So first preventive action is to do electrical safety audit, because what is triggering in air conditioning is the wiring, the electric connections that might get fault or fail, and that's how the triggering can happen. So, yeah, but that's what preventive measure is, that because you will get to know if there are any heat losses, if the cable losses, the connection. So that's the first thing. Thermography is the first thing that you can do, where you will know the cable connectivity, whether the HVAC is getting connected there. Now, there are specific manufacturers who will tell you that in case of specific this heat wave, what are the prevention practices that you are supposed to follow. I'm talking about from HVAC side, not from fire side. So use manufacturer support to take their guidelines in case of these abnormal conditions. What is that? Because maybe that times we keep the outdoor ready but not properly ventilated. It is very close, congested, and that's the reason heat is not only summer season, but that heat which is coming out also getting added, and that's how there is a impact on the cable connectivity, electrical failures, and that's how it is treated. So whether the location of the OD unit is correct or not, whether the connectivity of the OD unit to the HVAC is correctly wired or not with the safety practices. And as long as it is kept outside, naturally ventilated, separated from your house or building, you should be relatively safe. But keep an eye through your AMC contractors or the HVAC suppliers, follow their guidelines, do your thermography checks in case there is excessive heat, and as long as you are keeping it clearly outside the area, naturally ventilated, you should be relatively safe. That's what I can say.
Thank you. So, continuing on the same topic, the problem is not the outdoor unit, it's generally the indoor unit. And with these products that are coming in which are more plastic based, is the capacitor that catches fire inside the indoor unit. So we are personally in our hotels, we are using all metal bodies. Though a little more expensive, all the indoor units are metal. Now, the capacitor is of cheap quality. Daikin, Hitachi, they are providing. How do we control that? So, as a fire association body that you all are involved in, and catch the government to not allow manufacture and supply of such products, which will actually prevent the fires, right? So, what is the stand that you guys are taking, which is going to help the hospitality industry eventually on this topic?
So I am also connected to ISHRAE, Indian Society of Heating and Refrigeration of Air Conditioning Engineers, who has got guidelines, and they also do cover safety aspect. So it's a very good point. I think it's high time that since specifically this year India has witnessed heat wave very prominently. people have realized it, and there are a lot of incidences because of heat wave, air conditioning failures and stuff like that. So I think it's a society's initiative that they can educate the OEMs and see that the materials that they use for indoor also will not have this impact as such or this. So I think it's all about education.
So are you taking it up with my colleague?
No, HRAWI is the one association should take. I think.
But you understand fire.
Yeah.
And you are already attached to this thing.
Yes, yes.
So I feel you should take it up.
Absolutely, that's what I said. Is point well taken.
I will follow up with.
Yes, you can. And Mr. Yogesh Thakkar, who is Ahmedabad resident, he was here in the morning. I wanted to actually introduce Pradeep ji. He was the national president for HRAWI last year. So he's going to be here. His cars have been shared.
Darkar is also there.
Yeah, Darkar also is there. Yeah. So I think we have an advantage to access all these people.
Is there any next question?
That's a very short one. Is there the RO water rejection is about 60%? You know, is there any limitation on water quality for this fire extinguisher? Can you use very hard water for fire extinguisher? If so, up to what TDS and what hardness?
I don't think so. That kind of a condition has been spelled out in any other course and standards so far. So as long as it is clear water, I think that can be used as a fire extinguisher media, but not to the extent of pH value or this thing. We use this strainer in the beginning to take the mud out or dusty things, and as long as the water is clear, you can use it. So hard water or any pH value is not been something stipulated in the course, so I cannot comment on this.
Good.
Yeah.
You said that manufacturing date of the fire extinguisher is not mentioned in the fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
I understand that in our resort we are changing a few fire extinguishers. We understand that they've been used for a long time. Why is there no mandate from the government to write the manufacturing date on the extinguisher?
So it is there in the code. IS 2189 has got 2190 sorry has got a clear mandate given what is that extinguisher should stand, right, from manufacturing date till your HP test, etc. They are supposed to emboss it. Not that I can write it on a piece of paper and attach to the extinguisher and declare that this extinguisher was born yesterday or HP test was done yesterday. It has to be embossed. So it is very clearly given. It's only that people are not aware about it and people don't enforce on it.
So is there a particular, let's say, a company which we should trust, who embosses the date of the extinguisher on it?
Yeah. You should ask that question. Saying that if you are saying that is BIS approved, when is that compliance? And it's there in very clearly in IS 2190, the checklist, what the extinguisher manufacturer is supposed to do.
All right. Okay, we'll check that next time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think great questions. So we'll still be around for a couple of hours to pick up your questions during networking. So thank you so much again for the wonderful opportunity. Over to the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Kharse, for sharing the deeper knowledge on the subject. May I now request Mr. Gurbakshi Singh Kohli, he is the past president of the HRAWI, to felicitate Mr. Kharse. Mr. Kohli, please.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Now we'll take a short break for the tea and we'll rejoin in next 10 minutes for the next session.
been a good experience to meet the international suppliers right from all the countries, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia. The fair is up to an international level and good participants, good display, that's creativity at its best.
अभी क्या हो अभी एक्चुअली अभी लग रहा है कि अभी क्या कर सकते हैं शुरू कर दिया ना जब बिजनेस में फायदा ज़्यादा हो रहा है
The furniture was very interesting, and it's good to see this kind of an option available now in India to be explored.
The idea for B2B show of OPEX is really very good idea.
So it's a great opportunity for us to showcase our latest collection and latest soft goods and network with hotel project, restaurant project, as well as retailers across India, not only in Mumbai, but coming also from the south.
Very happy, and we will come back with much bigger stand, more collection, more design, and a lot of success for India and for us, Voilà Paris in India, in WOL.
जिंदगी की हर कामयाबी के पीछे होता है क्लियर थॉट, क्लियर एक्शन, क्लियर डील। माई क्लियर चॉइस, क्लियर वॉट, क्लियर रहने में समझदारी।
रिपीट करना, रिपीट चालू।
जिंदगी की हर कामयाबी के पीछे होता है क्लियर थॉट, क्लियर एक्शन।
Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are going to start with our next session. May I request all of you to be seated? Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start with our next session. As we resume, it's my pleasure to introduce our second speaker for the session. Is Dr. V. Pashupati. He is a food safety expert and founder of the Parikshan FSS Private Limited. He'll be addressing us today on the topic on opportunities and the challenges in FSS AI compliances. Mr. Pashupati, please address the audience.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very pleasant opportunity to be present here in this conclave, and I have to thank HRAW and the FHRA for making this happen. Of course, my very special thanks to somebody whom I wanted to thank for a long time, Mr. Kamlesh Bharat is here. He is the man who recognized me as an expert in food industry and made me as national advisor for FHRA, which I have been continuing for past 12 years. Thank you so much, sir. It is such a golden hand that sir wanted the awareness to spread across the country. So today, I know that whenever we talk about enforcement, we think it like this. We think that enforcement is a watchdog, but there is a superior purpose to this whole journey of FSSCI. And from the internet data, because I've been with you for the with the industry for the past, this is my 26th year incidentally, and this is something that all of us have to digest. These are facts from all aggregators. The lack of facilities like Wi-Fi has a rejection rate of 70%. Faulty air condition has a rejection rate of 85%. Unhygienic toilets very high, 95%. And bad linen, unclean linen is about 85%. But food safety issues, when somebody browses and there's a review of a food safety issue, the rejection is more than 98%. I think in one way, FSSCI has ensured that we are above par in most of the occasions by default. And there's something that I want you to understand, like what Mr. Pradeep Shetty, our president, explained, that we are in a period of unbelievable surge in this nation. And, we are surpassing everything that we have had in the past on FTA traffic. And by 2028, the revenue could be, 59 million and a traffic of 30.5 million FTAs. So I don't want unforced errors from our side to spoil our own show. And that is why I thought today, I've been speaking to you on challenges of FSSA for a long time, over the past 12, 13 years, but I thought today for a change, I will also speak about the opportunities that it offers to us, which I've experienced on behalf of you. Because FSSAI is not only an enforcer as we understand, it's also an enabler. And it is such a wonderful enabler because these are the three admirable points. It has changed its ways from being an enforcer to an enabler. And these three things, the FOSCOS, the licensing system, the food import clearance system fix, and then the InfoNet has done a lot of good to us. You know, if you don't understand what InfoNet is, the information on lab network, from which you can get all details about all your suppliers. If somebody has not registered his product in InfoNet and given the test certificate, you know, because certificate of analysis is one very important document that you have. It carries about 4 marks in your, marking system. I want all hoteliers to understand we have 116 marks, out of which we are supposed to score more than 90% to avoid any re-inspection by any enforcement, any officer of the food safety authority. So, out of the 116 marks, many of us imagine food safety is all about white coats and the F&B service black coats. Only they carry both only 46 marks. 70 marks belong to the other services. Esteemed friend and colleague, and an expert, Mr. Arun Kumar, will complement my speech with the pest control. He's the managing director of world's leading pest control company. Things like this contribute to the remaining 76 marks. Now, what FSSAI indirectly has done to us with all its improvement is that it has shown us a way on how to systematically handle our issues. On how to handle our water treatment, how to handle pest control, how to handle housekeeping, how to handle HR related hygiene issues. Because we have been, before FSSAI, we were talking about food safety or hygiene in a very generic term. Now it is very specific. And of course, needless to say, what FOSTAC has done. Incidentally, in FOSTAC, I think we must self-applaud ourselves. All of us must give HRAWI a very big hand because it is the first training partner in the country. Okay. I am trainer number 001 in the portal and training partner 001 is HRAWI. And such a wonderful start of HRAWI in Goa in starting FOSTAC that today the nation has crossed 25 lakh, being trained, in the food industry. One unimaginable number. I don't think any other government enforcement agency has been able to achieve this kind of awareness on the complete regulation. Mr. Gadse, the earlier learned speaker, was speaking about fire safety. We know how important it is, how lethal it is if you don't follow that. But for such a very important program, the awareness creation by Government of India through its agencies is very less. But whereas in food safety, thanks to people like our association and our leaders, starting from Mr. Kamlesh Bharat, whom I met earlier, to today, Mr. Pradeep Shetty, all of them have contributed in ensuring that we have trained more than 25 lakh people, which is an unbelievable number, and that has ensured a great, penetration of knowledge, because you cannot see it, this one issue of food safety, you cannot see it as something which is purely for compliance, like what was told about, fire safety. It is, in fire safety at least it's only about, human danger, but this is about human health on a daily basis. Every 5 hours, you'll have to address this issue called food, right? And in that, what FSSAI has achieved is a marked improvement on 4 different aspects. One, I feel, not only do I feel, but I constantly browse and I constantly read the feedback systems in the entire country on our industry. And I found out that the number of unhygienic and food safety complaints from the customer angle have come down tremendously. Particularly in the last 2.5 years after Corona, the number of complaints, very serious complaints, have come down tremendously. So the customer is getting more and more confident about our industry. Number 2, the operational excellence has increased. The average, intelligence about food safety for the hotel employee has markedly increased. Because earlier, I am doing something called daily hygiene monitoring system for so many hotels in the country. I think roughly I must be having thousands of clients. the average score used to be 6.5. Now, many hotels, around 40-45% of my clients are reaching a score of 8.5, 8.4, which is a huge improvement, and which shows that, our confidence has increased. Let me just go through very, very briefly for a minute on what is our relationship between us and FSSAI. I think ever from the day that they started, getting the legislation done, we were participating in it. And in 2011, when it was gazetted, our association was the first to acknowledge it and welcome it as a legislation. Then, of course, we didn't keep quiet. We went through the entire law. Very quickly, we submitted a 4-volume report on what were the technical and practical challenges in the law. And our leadership was wise enough, was good enough to understand that it's not about accusing a particular legislation or pointing fingers at a particular legislation, but it's very, very important to simultaneously create this awareness. And you won't believe that people like Chetan Mehta, Pradeep Shetty, Kohli and Advani and Kamalesh Barrett and all those people, Nirav Gandhi and Narendra Somanibai and all these people, immediately started, getting this awareness done. In every possible city of India, and particularly in the West, under HRAWA, it was beautifully covered, well attended, and all of us were here to face the legislation in some form, and a very, very good layer of awareness was created, and we happened to be the first. We were the first. The first hygiene rating in the country was done with HRAWA hotels, which is once again, kudos to all of you. And in almost all initiatives of FSSAI, wherever HRAWA thought that it is important for the industry, we were the first. Mumbai and HRAWA took the first step, and sometimes it was Ahmedabad and Vadodara which took the first step. So, but having said all these things, before we go, I go to the rosy side of it. I would like to bring to the notice of all of you and to FSSAI certain unsolved issues. The slaughterhouses are absolutely out of control in the country. There's supposed to be a slaughterhouse rule of 2017, which is a very, very wonderfully drafted law. But government has also created places for slaughterhouses. They have also created the system for slaughterhouses, but unfortunately it is beyond control. And that is the frank and honest opinion of me, and also not only the opinion of me, the enforcement officers also do accept that it is out of control. And the next thing is about toxins in marine supply and the residues, the antibiotic residues in the seafood. That is something where we don't get any transparent document. Now let us understand what our industry faces. We get something and within 4 hours we have to convert that into a dish. We don't have the luxury of time like the other processing industry that we can go through a rigorous testing system, then you do a product release, then you have a special document whether this is worthy of going to the next stage process. No, we don't have any luxury like that. Fish enters your hotel at 6 o'clock in the morning and by 1 o'clock it is in some table. So we don't have the luxury of time, and we don't have a very transparent documentation or any kind of a whiteboard or a dashboard available in this nation for us to refer what are the residues and what are the toxins in different catches of different coasts of this country and whatever we import, and that's a pain problem. And about the pesticide residues, less said the better, because 741 districts are there in India. I've been writing letters continuously to different collectors, district collectors, and to the agriculture department of almost all the states in the country to give us a very clear view of what pesticides are used in that particular district or state, and what kind of a residue is there in the products, in the harvest products. Because automatically the post-harvest comes to the agricultural marketing yards and the spice boards. They should be having some kind of documentation and data, and unless that is shared, hoteliers, we are not going to know what kind of residues are there in the chili we buy, in the vegetables we buy, or in the condiments that we make, that we use. So this is an unsolved problem. And the other problem is the mushrooming of the street food. While, you know, we as hoteliers, we encourage tourism, and we are not afraid of street food vendors. But the problem is, you know, the mushrooming of the street food vendors without proper control, though there is supposed to be a registration for them. And the registration number is also quite healthy in India. It's about 42.7 lakh of petty food vendors have registered, you know, which was roughly around 5-6 lakhs before 2015. Today it is 42.7 lakh vendors, street food vendors have registered themselves with the FSSAI. Okay, it's a huge number. However, you know, many of the night shops in every city of this country, particularly from 7 to 11 o'clock, right? They are less, you know, there are very less supervisions, and our guests, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, do go there and dine. And if something happens to them, and, you know, we being the host for them for 2 or 3 days, we face the consequence of their food safety compliance. I think there needs to be some kind of a system by which we are ensuring that the street food becomes more safe through local administration and with the help of municipal authorities. Because as I told you, the 116 marks are common for me, for a 5-star hotel, for a roadside street food vendor, or somebody who has got a simple ethnic restaurant or a fine dining restaurant. Out of the 116 marks, about 52 marks are on infrastructure, on housekeeping, pest control regulations, on, you know, your water facilities, everything. Now, how do you think the street food vendors can meet those 52 marks? Most probably it is 0 out of that 52. Now, if you want that to be part of your guest dining, you know, I think we are running into rough weather. That's something that we have to think, and something has to be done on this nation on this. And the last thing is a very controversial, painful subject, which is about municipal and local water supply boards, which are supposed to give us IS 10500 standard water, where it is insisted with all of us, including radioactive elements residues. You know, we have been doing this test, you know, as hoteliers, most of us do. But on a daily basis to ensure whether that water is of IS 10,500 standard is very difficult, because no water treatment can completely handle all the 44 parameters that are there in the IS 10500 standards. I think it is something that the government has to address. I think it is something that we as industry must continuously ask local authorities and state governments and the government of India to provide us with some data, because or else we are not going to actually fulfill the assurance of providing safe and nutritious food to all our citizens. And of course, as I was telling you, before FASTag, we had only brand standards, hygiene, and we had a very, very generic idea of hygiene. But after FASTag has come, there is a very, very detailed, process-wise, stage-wise instruction on what to be taken care of at each stage of food safety, from starting from receiving to storing to pre-preparation to preparation and serving and to packing. So such a detailed system has done a lot of benefit to us. What I find is that I can see it reflecting in some other record of the country. You know, our exports, processed food exports, which was standing at 12.5 to 13%, is now, last year for the year 2023, is about 26%. You know, 25.6%, nearly about 26%. You know, it has doubled, which means the entire world has started having confidence in Indian food processing industry, which means the globe has got some better imagination about the hygiene in this country, which automatically, you know, spills down to our hospitality industry. Because these are the industries which give you processed food. They are your suppliers. So more and more of your suppliers are, coming into the fold of proper compliance, and their test reports are shared and viewed through the InfoNet. And I see every year at least 11 to 12 lakh forms of guarantees in the country, right? From different agencies, the Form E being given to different users, which means around 6 to 7 lakh of our food business operators who are suppliers to our hotels are ready to give a form of guarantee. These are wonderful, signs, wonderful things that are empowering us. Very silently, the nation is progressing on the hygiene front. Very silently, the hospitality industry is being assured of some kind of food safety from our suppliers. And very silently, our own staff are gearing up to comply for compliance with regards to food safety. All these things have ensured that we are now in some kind of a talking terms about our customers speaking to us on food safety concerns. Because there is a huge trust deficit. Today, that trust deficit is extremely less. These are some of the numbers in which I was talking to you. FSSAI has now got a very special status in the world. We have developed more than 700 standards. This was one of our first objections when the law came into being, because we were not having standards for many things that we use. Today we have got more than 700 standards. We have 21 science panels where it was only 9. And for the new items that our industry is using, like millets, we have India is the country which has taken the lead and created 8 quality standards, which the entire world, the Codex Alimentary Commission, which comprises of 188 countries, they have started accepting the leadership of India in getting these standards done, and the world is full of praise for this. So these things have increased, and what I call as special opportunities for all of us is this very simple, are some of these things. Ayurveda Ahara is a great brand introduced by Government of India, which all hoteliers can use. The chefs here can note down this brand. It is from the 71 ancestral books of our elders. We have researched, people like me have also, put in our mind, given some time for this. 71, books of our ancestors, the recipes are available for hoteliers to use. So you can create a dish of Ayurveda Ahara and brand it and showcase it. And because the Indian medicine tourism is increasing, and the guests are looking forward for something very unique, in this nation. The hospitality, we have been the first to always share the most magnificent things about India to our guests. Okay, so I think Ayurveda Ahara is a wonderful, logo and a wonderful, knowledge system that we can use, and it is free of cost. And of course, India Organic, the Jaivik Bharat, through NPOP certification or PJ certification. There are many suppliers, and we can have our organic, counter, because this is what the people are looking at. Because there's a survey done of more than 4,500 people by Government of India, and we found out that in the 18 to 25 age group, the youngsters are looking forward overwhelmingly for organic food, vegan food, and the new age food concepts. Because the habits are changing. Many of us imagine that food celebration is contradictory to food discipline. In fact, food health is complementary to food enjoyment. Right? A very traditional food, a very originally cooked, very healthy food can be a source of joy. And this is where the white coats have to wear their innovation cap and make innovative recipes for this country, because that is where the great potential realizes. And what has FSSAI done to our business is simply this, right? So, what has, it has benchmarked our inputs, in the sense our supplies have been benchmarked by FSSAI. So you now have a bare minimum standard. From this, you will have to now think about your yield management and move into the process of RT1. We are now presently still sitting in our backward thinking of food costing of what, our revenue versus release from stores. I think it's a very bad way of understanding food cost. Right? We have to go into RTY, rolled throughput yield. So rolled throughput yield largely depends on the standard of the product, right, and the quality of the product. It is not about pricing, it is about standard of the product. For example, 1 kg of potato can yield you 650 grams, 1 kg of potato can also yield you 550 grams, right? So it depends on the rolled throughput yield. I think we have to go migrate into it. And it has largely reduced the trust deficit between us and the suppliers, because now suppliers understand what we are asking, because there's a paper provided by FSSAI on what are the measurable standards. So both of us are in a very verifiable, measurable standard terminology, right? Our trust deficit is reduced. And responsibility accounting in food safety has started happening. Many hotels have got this 116 marks chart into their management analysis every month. Okay, because the FSSAI 116 marks is very clear. And what is the responsibility of executive chef? So many marks. The chief engineer, so many marks. The executive housekeeper, so many marks. The HR manager, so many marks. The training manager, so many marks. Right? Like that, the 116 marks are divided. So they have taken it into their management, review system. So there is a very clear responsibility accounting system now that is happening in the nation. And I see this as a great opportunity in improving, food safety for our guests. And then what has happened is, in the guest perception, the food safety is improving on a daily basis. Though press is reporting the most controversial things, but overall, the guests are very appreciative of the food safety initiative that the industry is taking. So what I want to actually say is, it is time now that we understand that this legislation is a basic science-based approach for us to go and move further in life towards innovation. Now it is time for us to understand that, whether we accept it or not, quality and food safety assurance is not a choice, but it is our duty. And we have to be very clear about it. And there are so many wonderful, softwares that have come into being for your menu labeling. NutriCurate is there. There are many apps. There is artificial intelligence-based hygiene monitoring, which I am developing right now. And I'm also, seeing the possibility of how to introduce into hotel the, the 3D mapping food items and things which are pre-assessed with active intelligent packing for hotel industry. Even for their very highly perishable goods that they serve to guests or give as takeaways. Because there are some guests who take the takeaways and then give a complaint to hotel industry that, your parcel, your takeaway with your bill, gave me food poisoning. So I'm trying to, the Government of India has constituted a special committee on packing, and we have introduced, though it is not public, it will become public later, it is still in the draft stages. We have recommended natural leaves to be, part of the approved packing standards, which will be a great boon for our industry. So in terms of packing, in terms of input, things are improving. In terms of awareness, the country has vastly improved. And in terms of, providing certain important links in the food chain and giving you an ecosystem how to operate, I think FSSAI has played a great role. And also we have got 10 new brands promoted by FSSAI for the hotel industry. Let me just quickly tell you, health and health supplement and nutraceutical foods have got 6 important foods. FSDU, the food supplement for dietary uses, FSNP, the food supplement for medicinal purpose, the supplementary foods, nutraceuticals, probiotics, are all, for the first time in the world, some country has taken legislation to a very great detail where hoteliers can use these recipes, use these standards and exhibit there in their buffet. Right now we are using only one item. I think that the item is called Yakult. Am I right? Am I pronouncing it right? A probiotic curd and yogurt. There are so many items that are there available in the market. I think the youngsters are shifting towards more healthier foods. It is time for us to recognize on how to control food costs by road to thorough drill. Before I sum up, I have only two requests to you. FSSAI has published, and also given through their various, programs, the insistence on go local, focus on seasonal, local, and biodiversity. India has 516 vegetables. We are using 8 of them, 79%. Potato, onion, garlic, tomato, lady's finger, brinjal, cauliflower, and capsicum. I think the remaining 508 vegetables also deserve some kind of attention from all of you. Because every year, 2 months in a year, you walk into tomato jail. Okay, we have started walking into tomato jail now. It is now today at 70 rupees. Then 2 months in a year, we walk into onion jail. And from, September 1st, every year, we walk into garlic jail. Till that it's 160, then it goes up to 450, 500 rupees. Last year, in some places, it was even 600 rupees. So how long are we going to walk into these jails every year? I think it is time we recognize, right, what is our biodiversity and how to, get into those recipes in which we don't walk into those jails. Every year we cannot afford to walk into these jails. And let me tell you, we are living in a nation which is extremely blessed. Out of the 22,000 species known for edible purpose in the world, India contains 3,973 edible, items. And we have 227 tribal ethnic communities which have been using these edible vegetables, and we have got a literature, we have got living proof, and just that we have to take the cues from them and use it. And that is what I am requesting from all of you. Don't look at legislation as something which is seeing you from a window, trying to find faults in you. On the other hand, what is this beautiful legislation has done to you is, it has raised the bar of our hospitality experience, and without your knowledge, you have participated in that journey of FSSAI, and the whole hospitality in India has risen to such a level that very few days or very few months from now on, I can proudly say that my hotel in Ahmedabad or Mumbai is as good as a hotel I would stay in Singapore or New York or London. Thank you so much for your time. I would now request the complimentary speaker to my session, the pest control session, to be taken care by Mr. Arun Kumar, Managing Director of AIM. Mr. Arun. If there are any questions, later we will combine it. Thank you.
Meanwhile, we do the setup. Would just like to update you on our chief guest who was supposed to be here, Ms. Sukanya Portugal. She won't be able to make it for the event because of some office emergency. And the other update is that we are going to have the award function after Mr. Arun Kumar's session. So please be there till end to attend the felicitation. Thank you.
So good afternoon everyone. It's a pleasure to be with all of you, and really an honor, to speak after some of the distinguished speakers. And today, I also thank FHRAWI as well as Restaurant Hotel Association Western Region for giving an opportunity to talk about a very important topic, which is. Can I have that? Oh yeah. So very important topic on pest management. I'm sure that each and every one of you here, when we look at everyday challenges which you have, everyday pain points which you have, pest would be one of the important, would be in the top 3 of the pain points which you have. So today, what I'm going to share with you is, what are the importance of pest management, why it is important, and what are the challenges which as a hotelier you are facing, and when you look at from a pest management professionals, what they are facing, and what is the solution for this, and how we can now take it forward. So for me personally, as well as when I always talk with Dr. Pashupati, for us there is one vision that we want to raise the standards of pest management in the hospitality industry. That's a very important vision which we have. And for me, after this 10 minutes of presentation, what I want to achieve is that I wanted each and every one of you to go with the confidence that there is someone that you take care of. So that's what I wanted to achieve. So before I go into the presentation and then talk a little bit more about pest management and the challenges and how we solve it, I want to talk about who we are. So I am Arun Kumar. I am the managing director of a company called NView. So NView was born in October 2022. We came out of Bayer Crop Science and we started a new company, and it's a global standalone company. This is the only global standalone company who is focused on pest management, to giving solutions for pest. It is just not that we were born in October 2022. We have a legacy of 50 years of leadership in environmental science business, and in India we have shaped the pest control industry for the last 50 years with our innovations. We were the first people to bring in the gel treatment for cockroaches. We were the first to bring in odorless chemicals in this industry, and you could see there are a lot of innovations which we have across the globe. And one innovation which I wanted to specifically talk here, because it is also connected to Ahmedabad is a product called Aqua Kevatrin. You all know that we do fogging, and you have seen smoke while fogging. So we have a product called Aqua Kevatrin which can be used in water and which avoids diesel completely. And Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation is one of the corporations who has taken up that product very well, and every year they save around 8 crores of diesel every year. So that's the power of the innovation which we really have. And another one which I want to talk about is this True Detect, which is in the last, on the left hand side bottom. It's very close to you all, which we have recently launched in global, in Europe as well as in the US. This actually detects whether there is a bed bug in a room or not. It's just like a COVID test. We have to just take a swab and then see that, rub it across all the bed surfaces, and the surface is usually where the bed bug hides. And when you do a test similar to COVID test, you will have 2 lines and you will find out whether there has been an infestation or not. So these are some of the innovations which we are focused on, and we have a legacy in the last 50 years. And our focus has always been to finding solution and be as a partner, and how we can find solution. And we are the focus leader as a standalone company, which I have already talked about, and an environmental visionary where we wanted to see how we can really partner with you to find solutions. And we protect. These are the places where we actually focus on globally, but in India, we focus on professional pest management as well as mosquito management. These are the 2 focus areas, but globally we are present in forestry, golf management, range and pastures, and ornamentals and industrial vegetation management. And across India, we have a very strong strength. We are the only company which has people across India, and we have around 50 people across India. The most important point which I want to talk about is the NView Pest Expert Alliance members. So we have around 60 pest control operators across India, where we have trained them, we audit them regularly, and we ensure that they maintain all the standards across, which is very important, especially when it comes to pest management. So that's something which we do. And most of our products are either Green Pro certified or HACCP International certified products. So this is just a very brief introduction which I wanted to give about our company before I get into the real challenge which we are having in the hotel industry. You all know that pests cause damage. It is really pre-harvest some of the speakers were talking about nearly more than 40% of the damage happens in the crop. But the good part is that, especially in India, in agriculture we have a very good regulation, a proper training to the farmers, how to use the chemicals. Each and every company actually focuses, and they have actually set standards in crop science. But when it comes to the products used in urban pest management, there is only one company where we are focusing, and not many companies are there, and there is no proper standards which has been set until now. So you all know about the threat, which pests cause, and here I have just listed down how the threat is to the customers. They fall ill, and you know that the challenges which are there, and for the employees and also for the employers, because nowadays with the where there is this social media has gone up significantly, each and small thing which has been observed has been put, and we have seen places, hotel establishment which has been closed because of the pest challenges, which has been there, and also every week we kind of have one or other challenges which has been in the social media which talk about pest management and pest issues which has been cited. And it is not only a threat, but it is also now very important that we handle this. And as per Schedule 4 FSSI, you all know that each and every one of you have to have a proper pest management schedule which is to be there, and you have to follow the rules. And it's not only that, the reason, like this is a paper cutting which was there in Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation has in February very clearly stated that you all need to have a clear plan of pest control, how you are going to do a pest control, and it has to be properly maintained. So we all know that we need to do all these things, and we know the threat which is there. Now the challenge is when it comes to the interaction between how the whole process happens when you are onboarding a pest management professional. So there are different stages where you interact with pest management. One of either your procurement person or your housing staff or the chefs who interact with the pest management professionals. So the stage one is in contacting and quoting, which usually happens with procurement or a housekeeping executive, where you have the discussion on onboarding a pest management professional. So here my question would be, how do we choose a pest management professional? Do we only go by the quotation, the price, or do we look at the elements of the components of what the person is quoting and what is important for your facility? So this is a very important question which we need to ask. And second, on implementation, do you have an SLAs which is specific to your hotel, specific to the places where the environment where the hotel is there or the food manufacturing unit is there? So that is again a very important question which we need to ask, because when we look at the SLAs and when we look at the checklist which is there, we find that you have around 10 different hotels with the same brand. You have a specific simple checklist which is common for all the hotels. But when you look at each and every environment in each city is different, and there has to be a proper checklist which should be specific to that particular hotel place where it is there. And second, the third stage, when you look at services, it's always we have seen that when it comes to onboarding a pest management professional, once the onboarding happens, we feel that the job is over and now the pest management professional would do that. But it doesn't stop there, because there is a lot of things which you also have to take care. And some of the things is, number one is to just check the SLAs which has been signed by the pest management and what has been executed. Is that going properly, and how are you checking that? And number two is that what is the products which they are using? Are they using a green triangle product? Are they using a red triangle product? Are they using a yellow triangle product or blue triangle products? I don't know how many of you know that these are there, or are we just focused on solving the problem, and then we have challenges where there is, we talked about the incidence of pesticides in the food, and these are right now increasing because there is not proper knowledge which has been shared. And when it comes to relationship building, I wanted to focus here on the communication part. How are we communicating with the pest management professionals? Do we have a proper communication channel? Do we have a real-time audit of all the checklists which is being followed? I really doubt that we have across the industry. So there are a lot of challenges from the hotel industry as well as from the pest management professionals, where when we speak to the pest management professional, one of the challenges which they talk about is they don't get sufficient time. Like when it comes to treating the kitchens in the hotel, they say that they get the kitchen by around 11 or 12 o'clock, and by 3 o'clock they need to move out of it, and by 3 o'clock after they do the treatment, there is a deep cleaning which happens, whereby all whatever they have treated is completely taken off by washing, and then we need to have a proper there is a challenge that it is not, the pests are visible, and so there are challenges which the pest management professionals are also facing, and there are challenges which you are also facing because of whatever which I discussed. And hence when we look at the reality, it is completely different, and we have the hospitality industry where we are not fully aware what to expect from a pest management professional. And the pest management professional, as I discussed a few minutes back, they struggle to scientifically treat food handling properties because of lack of understanding between both of and that's where there is a trust deficit which is there. We see that when we have a discussion, when we go and then meet the housekeeping team members, and we have met many housekeeping association, we always, one of the things which they ask is that can you recommend us the right pest management professional? And yesterday evening also when I was speaking with some of you said that like every 3 months we change the pest management professional, but we are not able to the problem still persists. So the problem still persists because of the challenge, because we are not scientifically approaching it, because the knowledge which needs to be there from your side, from the hospitality segment, as well as from the pest management profession, has to really increase. They need to understand a little bit more on how to treat a food handling place, and you have to know a little bit more about the pests and what products which they are using, whether it is green, yellow or blue or red. So this is where there is a trust deficit which we see. And how do we solve this, and is there any solution, or are we going to go ahead in the similar fashion? And that's where when we thought about when we looked at it, we saw that there is an opportunity for us to bridge both both the customers, and that's exactly what we wanted to do here. What we wanted to do is to design and standardize inspection methodology. At the same time, it ensures that there is a customization there in each and every industry and property which we are looking at, especially on food handling place. And we are also planning to have a structured training program, not just to the professional pest management, but also to your housekeeping staff, to your chefs, to your managers, on what exactly which we should expect from a pest management protocol. And finally, we also wanted to establish an auditing system which is more compliant with FSSAI. And when we thought, this is what which we wanted to do, and we thought, we were thinking like how to go about and do this, and that's where we talked about the partnership. Now, how we can partner. Recently, I'm very thankful to President FHRAWI that we were able to sign an MOU where we are going to start training in each and every city, how we are going to train, and that's where we have the expertise of Parikshan, Dr. Pashupati sir, who has actually set the standards in food safety, and we heard him talk, and we have also have an MOU with them to impart this training across India. So what we wanted to do is conduct training program in each and every city, and this training program will be attended not just by the pest management professional but also by your housekeeping staff and by your chefs and by your managers, whom you feel the right people to attend this training program. And this program is completely free of charge, and for us what we wanted to do is to see that we wanted to improve the relationship which is there right now, and to see that how we can raise the standards in the pest control industry. And finally, with all these things, what we wanted to do is to raise the standards in pest management and to reduce the trust deficit which we have. And my only submission here is that before I close is that we are going to start this in each and every city, like starting with Mumbai, and we are going to come here again to Ahmedabad and other different cities. I request you to please participate in this training program, understand a little bit more about the challenges what a pest management professional faces, and let them also understand the challenges what you have, and let us together raise the pest control standards and also ensure the safety and hygiene in each and every business where we go. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Pashupati and Mr. Arun Kumar for insightful presentation. May I request Mr. Neerav Gandhi, Senior Vice President and the Office Bearer HRAWI, to felicitate Dr. Pashupati. Okay, so is there any questions which you would like to ask Dr. Pashupati as well as Mr. Arun Kumar, please?
Paramjit from Hotel Samrat. One question for Dr. Pashupati and one for Mr. Arun Kumar. Dr. Pashupati, you mentioned about hawkers being a big problem and about foods by hawkers. Like the hawker का खाना खा के आएगा होटल के अंदर and hotel may be blamed for whatever consequences of the food he has eaten at the hawkers. But similarly, we have other larger problems. For instance, cloud kitchens nowadays are becoming a big thing. Swiggy, Zomato, they are doing more revenues than perhaps some of the restaurants. People order food in rooms from Swiggy and Zomato, and the hotel may be held liable for the food supplied by those people, because Swiggy and Zomato may be doing for every cloud kitchen who's operating from a garage or a food. Everybody may not be geared up like restaurants for food standards. This is a big challenge which we need to face, and how do we, because this is a growing thing, and I've seen even a 5-star hotel allowing Zomato food to come inside because they need to sell their rooms, and it is growing. So we need to address these issues. Just this question, then later on I'll ask Mr. Arun.
You are very right, and the FSSI is equally concerned about it. The rules on e-commerce are being tightened on a daily basis. In fact, they have been exclusively called and briefed by the headquarters in FSSAI. And you might have seen the recent, 2 or 3 special regulations for them. They are supposed to disclose all the cloud kitchens from which they are sourcing, and very stringent conditions on packing materials, carrying conditions and temperatures, everything has been given. In fact, a new a few points as regulations for aggregator, food aggregator and e-commerce also was published by FSSAI. But it is far, far less than what we are enforced with. You are absolutely right. It is a question of change, and in due course I think it will become better. But whether we accept it or not, it is a part of our life, and The one thing is, I think the cloud kitchens will come under more control. Incidentally, today morning only I received a message that these aggregators have agreed to first train 1,500 of their staff on food safety. That message came from the headquarters of FSSAI. We cannot vouch that they are picked only from that place. I think geo-tagging is very important, and that is what we are going to insist for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Pashupati.
Just 1 second. Mr. Arun Kumar, regarding pest control, you mentioned, and now Bombay is space constrained. The restaurants, the kitchens, all cramped. And most of the restaurants are having this issue of rodents and rats. You've seen lately so many complaints in the media, press about rats appearing in the food, rats in kitchens. So rat menace is becoming constant, not only in Bombay but all across. And like you said about training programs for pest control, but specifically for being a rodent control, rats are a big challenge for the industry. How would you approach this particular challenge? Thank you.
So, so rodents is a big challenge. Everywhere, like in each and every food manufacturing places, if you see the major challenges rodents. So, if you see in our training programs, in all our training programs, we address all the pests, and the most important thing which we focus on the integrated pest management. So, it's just not about the products, but it's about how each and every facility is different and how to manage that. So, our training programs should address a little bit more in detail, and it will be specific for that particular audience.
To complement what he is telling, in fact, we have combinedly developed the training program. We are focusing on specific inspection of rodents, because there are 5 major topics we have taken. The normal meat, moth and such kinds which come from the agricultural produce directly into our stores, which is from the, food processing industry. Second kind of classification of pests are your cockroach, flies, mosquitoes and ants, which come because of our premises. The third kinds are rodents, like lizards, rats, etc. And the fourth are, destroying our property, like termites and bugs. So we are developing a very special inspection, a very special inspection procedure, which you will know is addressing these issues. Of course, we want both the food business operator and the pest management person to understand, because it is a complementary understanding, sir. Yeah.
Can I?
Yes.
Dr. Pashupati?
Yes, sir.
Here, behind.
Yeah.
So, my name is Amrish Arora. I have a question for you for your presentation, which was excellent, but I was a little confused. And you are trying to promote, tell us to take recipes of Ayurveda. At the same time, you said go and take some recipes regarding a product like, which are foreign companies like Yakult. My question is, we are India. Shouldn't we have our own set and standards? Because we are following international multinationals which are promoting salt and sugar. If you read the label of Yakult, it is full of sugar. And we are saying prebiotic, probiotic. But my point is,
I do understand.
We are getting confused with the whole.
Okay, right. Now, there are 2 things to it. One is Ayurveda Ahara is, our own original product, absolutely fine. I am the last person to advocate anything which is multinational. I was telling you a broader example of HSN Foods. By mistake, I told you a reference for everybody to identify that you are now putting Yakult. I never said you take Yakult. I said get into probiotic, get into FSDU, get into FSNP, and introduce Indian items there. Because there are so many innovations in the last 2-3 years. Our CAGR in the HSN Foods is growing at 21.57%. Our people, there is one girl in Ahmedabad who has done nanotechnology soup, just in a toothpick, a blue-green algae-based soup. In 250 ml of water, you have to just insert that toothpick for a minute and take it out. In about 10 minutes, it becomes a soup, in nanotechnology. So, there are beautiful traditional recipes which have been brought into a very modern form. My, recommendation was to you very simple, that understand that now government legislation has given you a chance to identify your product and legally make it a world-class product, and you have to exhibit in the hotel industry. So, I have taken Yakult as an example because that is what is most appealing. Sometimes I use the name of cornflakes, Kellogg's, but I am the last person to eat cornflakes or to recommend cornflakes. I think people who host me know it very well. Yes, thank you, Arora. Yeah.
So again, I'm coming back to Arun Kumar. I think the question is not answered. The issue is about rodent.
Yes.
We train our people for rodent management, right? But we want eradication and not management. We don't want the rodent to enter our premises. That's the objective. Now, I'm not sure, I'm convinced that any training will probably, it'll reduce it. I'm not sure, I'm not convinced that it'll stop it. What we want is a rodent-free kitchen, right? Whatever we have to do, cleaning and deep cleaning and hygiene, we will do it and we want to do it. But how do you stop rodents like in a city like Bombay? On the roadside, there are so many hawkers, 42 lakh hawkers. They are the rodent creators. And that's what they're creeping into our premises. That's where we need to stop.
So probably to extend from what is saying to both of you, that look at the general civic condition. We as food business operators, are we insulated under the law from the general civic condition infesting or incriminating us? How do we deal with that situation from a regulatory point of view also? Because you may never be able to achieve what we want under the schedule if the general civic condition is continuing to be.
Okay, with due respect to all of you, I think the truth is converged to what you are promoting. Right? The scientific truth being very simple, that it is the kind of snag report that we have been lacking. A very proper snag report. Let us not imagine that every kind of rodent is coming because from the road or from the drains of India, right? In fact, the multiplying place happens to be our hotels, right? Because you should understand, right? The pheromone transfer is the most important thing for a rodent to identify a place and come, right? And it is the food residue and it is the snag report that is not done properly and the inspection report not taken properly that is allowing the pheromone transformation to happen. If the pheromone transfer is prevented, the rat will not come. Even if there are hundreds of rats in the road, not even one will enter. The other thing is you must understand we can't eradicate anything in nature. The moment something is eradicated out of your sight, like sparrow in Mumbai or certain parts of Mumbai, it means you are also going to die. So let us not wish for any organism to go out of the geological place in which we are there. So that doesn't exist, right? That's a very dangerous idea of thinking about pests. Now what we have to understand is that believe in us that it is the science is very simple. It is not that because of the drains in Mumbai are bad or the roadside in Mumbai is bad or any other city for that matter that the rats are entering our kitchen, right? We run a hotel, so our snag report has to be perfect, and believe in me that 99.9% it will be controlled if your inspection procedure is very scientific. And unfortunately, as on today, both pest management agencies and our industry, we are not very scientifically approaching it, and with this painful thought only for the past 12 years I have researched and later experimented and gone into the process of doing some very good inspection procedure and protocol. So, because I have understood like you and along with Mr. Pradeep Shetty, I was the person who was continually writing applications to Government of India. He knows, he can vouch for me, he has edited my presentations to Government of India on how much I have criticized the municipality and the local drains for giving us rats. So, then I understood from science, after being with people like them, that it is the pheromone transfer. So, by controlling pheromone transfer in our premises, we can reduce the population lot. Of course, Nirav Gandhi's desire is, enjoyable, but it will not happen. You can't have eradication of rats. You can only reduce.
Eradication is my
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I'm Gurbakshish Singh. I represent HRAWI.
Yes, sir.
My question is to Mr. Kumar. Again, it's regarding the festival. I would like to agree with Dr. Pashupati. Dr. Pashupati, you forgive me for disagreeing with you because unfortunately the civic conditions, I'm not blaming anyone, this is the fact. Unfortunately the civic conditions are so bad, I can tell you out of experience. My hotel and restaurant are adjacent to each other and they have 100 foot or more of frontage. There is no way you can eradicate the rats from coming in. These rats do not multiply in my place because they are bandicoots. They are larger than probably some small kitten and they do not come from within the premises. Number 3 is not only the rats. What does training teach you? It teaches you that you should put your baits along the line and not in between. And those, let me assure you, these traps do not work because they are so small that these guys do not fit into the traps. Another problem is roaches or pests. You will know that what I'm saying is the truth because our sewage lines, of any restaurant or hotel, go and join the civic lines in the streets. However much you want to clean your civic lines, I've got certain equipments and certain recipes to keep them off my premises. But up to the point where it reaches the road. You try and open a manhole on the road and you will know what I'm talking is the truth. There will be like lakhs of these roaches coming. So what we need is, I understand absolutely eradication is not going to happen because we have to live with these guys who've been there since dinosaurs. We need to formulate some kind of maybe some kind of a chemical or something which can actually eradicate. Let's not talk about humane and inhumane things. These guys have to be culled. Rats have to be terminated. I remember a few years ago, the government used to use some kind of a gas, which they would put in the pipe in one hole and they would pump it and it would come out from all the holes and that actually took care. But now I think due to, for whatever reasons, that's not happening. So I'm just trying to figure out, every day it's a challenge, how to keep these guys out, how to keep the rats out. Unfortunately, they are breeding outside. They're coming in and probably breeding inside also somewhere. And we get blamed for being unhygienic, where actually the unhygienic conditions absolutely prevail outside.
Absolutely, sir. As Dr. Pashupati was talking about, see, here we cannot eradicate completely, rats. It's not possible because most of the buildings which we have built around, then the only thing which we can do is to have a proper, how inspection there, and then see that where all we need to close and what. So it's an integrated approach which we need to do because like there are places where they have used this methyl bromide and aluminum phosphate that could do that, and finally we have seen people dying because of not proper usage of these chemicals, and not all of them are trained for this also. So the solution for this is a proper inspection and a regular communication with the pest management professionals and usage of the right products, and that's where what we wanted to do is that see that how we can train all of them and see how we can go further of whatever which you wanted to achieve. Like you wanted to achieve, we can at least achieve right now if it is around 40-50%, how we can go to around 80%, but going to 100% or to cull completely the rodents is going to be
adding to Anand Kumar, what NU has done, sir, Mr. Kohli, and happy news for you is that they, Mr. Rajendra is also there, Jitendra is there, scientist from NU. They have invented a chemical which I have tested in my in our food industries. A drop of cockroach, a drop of gel is put. One cockroach comes and it is just in the body, it takes it. And then the tendency of the other cockroaches normally is to lick the body of other cockroaches. Though 15 of them die. And by licking those 15, another 100 die. So about 200-250 cockroaches die with one drop of that gel. So that they have invented. And it is to be environmentally very, very friendly. right? So now we are very happy that there are leaking cockroaches and they can die. That is one happy news for you, right? Okay. The other thing is that I want to share this information that the cockroach trap in the drain is a compulsion. You know, I've been talking about this in every class of mine. Cockroach trap is 210 rupees to 650 rupees depending on the size of your drain, right? It comes in stainless steel. So cockroach traps ensures that no reverse migration from drain will come to you, right? And as far as this cockroach is concerned, there are three kinds of cockroaches: golden band cockroach, American cockroach, German cockroach. The American cockroach is in the drain. The German cockroach is in your kitchen. The golden man cockroach is in your finance room, administrative room, electrical network room and lift operating room, right? Okay. So it is not that all the castes are coming from one place, right? There are different religions and different castes and different communities in these cockroaches, right? And that is where, please bear with us. Let us see how this, training and empowerment and an understanding between pest management and us are, flowering. I wish, hopefully, that in the coming 6 months or 1 year, we will be fairly in a place to say whether we are achieving results or not achieving results. Because right now we are quite clueless. At least from the food industry, they are having clues. But I think both of us must come to this, and that is the attempt. And I'm very, very happy that HRAW and FHRA has agreed for this. Because, and also I must thank Arun, because the moment I told them that this is what, like Mr. Kohli, I argued with them so much that my industry is suffering, my people are getting bad name, particularly after one incident that Pradeep Shetty shared with me regarding Mumbai. I was very pained by that incident. Then I requested them, they said that we will do free of cost something to deliver, so that all our members across Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Goa, Dayu Daman and Maharashtra, get to know that there are Pest Expert Alliance members who can give the right solution. That is where we stand. So thank you, sir.
Dr. Pashupati, I still have questions to you. We are still not convinced about rodent management.
Okay. Sir,
I mean, you said you have some scientific method and applications which can be implemented. So what that scientific means?
See, sir, the question was inspection. Please understand that there is something called science-based inspection on rodent movement. A rodent would require about 4 mm of space, because as we imagine, rat doesn't require a big space, right? The thing is, the moment the cranial skeleton enters, the whole rat can enter, and that is how God has created the body. The disadvantage of the rat is it has got only 54% eyesight. Okay? So there is a lack of eyesight in rat. So using both this, an integrated inspection system can give us better results. And in the training, we will go through that. Right? Not now, it is a very detailed procedure. Yeah,
okay. Just one thing I wanted to add what Dr. Pashupati has said. See, we have to know there is one principle in pest management which is called as 4D formula. So what is 4D formula? It is deny entry, it is deny food, deny shelter, and last one comes in picture, which is destroy, and wherein pest management companies are involved. So we have to check from where they are coming in. Second, we have to find out why they are coming in. And if they are coming in, then we have to find out where they are residing. So if we'll have all these 3 clues clear, then you will have better control over rodents. Especially rodents, what we are talking about, you are looking rodents, one which is bandicoot, which are very big and they remain into the burrows. Another biggest issue is not of bandicoot. Bandicoot can be easily controlled because they are voracious feeder and they can feed on the bait you are applying. Biggest issue is of roof rat, which remain in your into the false ceiling, into the ducts, and from there they are spreading. They multiply very fast. Around say within 45 days of time, you will have 7, 8 new young ones taking birth. So we have to control them by seizing or stopping entering into the premises. Once they have entered, we have to find out where they are residing, and there are multiple ways to control them. One is by using a bait, by using a glue trap, by using snap trap, by using cages. Yes, and as Mr. Arun mentioned, that we have to look at it in scientific way. Probably you must have a bitter taste because of the operator who has applied a solution and couldn't give a solution. But we are there, and I was talking to Mr. Singh that fortunately he is from Mumbai, so I am there in Mumbai. So we will take his hotel as a challenge. We will provide him a solution, and then probably he will be our ambassador to talk to you that this is the way it has to be controlled. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we stop at this.
Thank you, Dr. Pashupati and Mr. Arun Kumar for an excellent give and take. May I now request Mr. Nirav Gandhi, Senior Vice President and Office Bearer of HRAWI, for felicitating Mr. Pashupati. Dr. Pashupati, please come on the dais. Also, I would like to call Mr. Chetan Mehta, Vice President and Office Bearer of HRAWI, to felicitate Mr. Arun Kumar.
Good afternoon, everybody. Himanshu Chauhan from HRAWI, Assistant Secretary General. It's time for felicitation. Now it's time for felicitation, as we'll be giving the awards to acknowledge an excellence in the industry. It's a time we have to give awards to the facilitator today. So initially, to begin with, I would like to invite Mr. Paramjit Singh Gai, Honorary Treasurer and Office Bearer, and Mr. Narendra Somani to please come on the stage to felicitate, to present the Best Performing Hotel Awards in recognition of excellence in hospitality to ITC Narmada Ahmedabad. I now request Mr. Jamshid Shah, Honorary Secretary and Office Bearer of HRAWI, to present the award to Mr. Atul Gujraja, General Manager, Sankalp Group, in recognition of Best General Manager. Moving forward, I request Mr. Suhas Sauchat, Executive Committee Member of HRAWI, and Mr. Hemant Somani of Gujarat to please come forward to present the award to Mr. Kaustubh Mukherjee, General Manager, Pride Plaza, Ahmedabad, for the Best General Managers Award. I now request Mr. Tulsi Tekwani of Gujarat Association to please come forward to present the award to Mr. Naveen Tomar, General Manager, Taj Vivanta, Ahmedabad, in recognition of Best General Manager. I now request Mr. Chetan Arora, Executive Committee Member of HRAWI, to please come forward to present the award to Chef Sujit Vora, Grand Bhagwati, in recognition of Best Chef. I now request Mr. Amrish Arora and Mr. Jai Kishan Jadwani to please come forward to present the award to Chef Surya Narayan from Hyatt Regency Ahmedabad in recognition of Best Chef. I request Mr. Sumit Suri, State Coordinator of Madhya Pradesh of HRAWI, to please come forward to present the award to Chef Sudev Sharma of Taj Skyline Ahmedabad in recognition of Best Chef. Moving forward, I request Mr. Kamaljit Singh Hora from Chhattisgarh, State Coordinator of HRAWI, to please come forward to present the award to Chef Shavik in place of Mr. Arjit Arora, Chef Jijing ITC Narmada in recognition of Best Chef. I request Mr. Harish Tangal from Daman, our city coordinator, to please come forward to present the award to Mr. Manohar Gurunj, President, Madhuban Resort and Spa, Anand, in recognition of sustainable properties. Mr. Charanjit Singh Bagga and Mr. Harpreet Singh Neer from Aurangabad to please come forward to award the General Manager of Hyatt Regency Ahmedabad in recognition of sustainable properties. Mr. Jagannath P. Please come forward in place of Mr. Punit Vaijay. Mr. Harpreet Singh Neer from Aurangabad and Mr. Charanjit Singh Bagga from Gujarat. Mr. Anil Patodia, Chairman of Legislation Committee of HRAWI, to please come forward to present the award to Mr. Kinnan McNeese, General Manager of ITC Narmada, Ahmedabad, for the sustainable properties. Thank you. I request our President, Mr. Pradeep Shetty, to please come forward on the stage to present the award to Mr. Narendra Somani, Chairman and MD, in recognition of the significant contribution to the hospitality sector in Gujarat. Please come ahead. Executive committee members and office bearers of HRAWI to please come forward on the stage, please. Thank you. I now request Mr. Narendra Somani, Executive Committee Member and the State Coordinator of Gujarat, to please come forward and give the vote of thanks for this conclave. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody's been tired and hungry also. Same I am also. I didn't do breakfast today. On behalf of Hotel and Restaurant Association Gujarat, I thank Hotel and Restaurant Western Area for giving us chance to Gujarat for this very excellent conclave. Thanks to my all hotelier friends, those who have today spent a lot of time, I think in 3 or 3.5 hours is a big time to spare from a hotel. I am again thankful to you. Thankful to our chief guest, Mr. Nadine Chaudhary and Sukanya, Ms. Sukanya, who could not come due to some reason. Thank you to our speaker, Mr. Pashupati Nathji, Mr. Arun Kumar and Mr. Hemant Khatse. And thanks to our speaker, thanks to our sponsor, Clear Mineral Water and Worldex. I again request HRA Western Region to give Gujarat every year one chance to do this type of conclave, so we can, our hotelier can meet Otherwise, these hoteliers are not able to meet every time. Only 5-6 hoteliers get together. So we request you to do one conclave every year in Gujarat, anywhere basically. We are ready to host it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
Before we proceed for the lunch, I would like to request the participants that if you are not a current member of the HRAWI, we kindly request you to consider enrolling you for HRAWI membership. I am here, Mr. Himanshu is also here, you can connect with us and we can discuss this further. Thank you so much.
Just for you. બસ હું ફોન કરું સ્મિતને ક્યાં બંધ કર જલ્દી ફિલ્મ ચાલુ
Itu pas